Nationals are going to get right back at it today. Day game after a night game in Atlanta. Some curly W's here at SunTrust Park. Game 2 of the 3-game weekend series, and the Nats have their stopper, their ace, and their big guy Max Scherzer going today. Bob and FP, welcome to afternoon baseball. Let's talk about a developing story down around the bottom of the lineup where Michael A. Taylor is doing some of the best swinging of his career down there.
Yeah, taking advantage of opportunity. Adam Eaton out. Obviously, we miss Adam Eaton. The Nats miss Adam Eaton. But Michael A. Taylor with another opportunity is taking advantage of. Remember May 10th against the Orioles. The home run in the 8th kind of got him back into the ball game. They were a couple runs down. Then Jason Worth had that 11-pitch home run to spark the comeback in the bottom of the 9th. And then May 14th against the Phillies to give him a 6-5 lead late and bail the bullpen out. He's been playing great defense in center field. The beat goes on last night. A couple of more hits. The double over Ender Inciarte's head. So, yeah, the Nats are going to miss Adam Eaton over the long haul. But what Michael A. Taylor has done in his absence is taking advantage of opportunity. He's been given opportunity before, hasn't taken advantage of. This time he has. The throw last night was outstanding. A bullet right on the money. He's been great. A .377 on base percentage, a .599 slugging percentage in the absence of Adam Eaton.
Yeah, and the responsibility of playing center field as well. So the last couple of weeks, he's been very, very good. Still, Dusty would like to see him make a little more contact, but when he does, he's been doing some serious damage. Now, everybody talking about the Nats pitching. Let's focus on the starters for a moment. These guys are horses, the top 4 at least, and that number 5 spot, that'll play out as time goes on. Scherzer out there today, but these guys are working hard. And really, if you take away that one crazy game in Philly, still one of the best staffs in baseball.
Yeah, their numbers are insane, really, the starting rotation. Just the opposite of the bullpen. They've been given some innings. It's been quality innings. You look at the numbers. The wins, 4. The ERA, I think, would be a whole point lower without the Guthrie game. The opponent average would be lower. So the starting rotation getting it done. They need a big one for Max Scherzer tonight. It's hard for him to pitch to contact and go deep into games because he has such good stuff. But we'll see a great opportunity for Max. We're hoping he goes at least 7 innings tonight.
He's already taken care of business in Atlanta once this year. Back in April, part of a Nats sweep, 7 innings, shutout ball, couple of hits, and 7 strikeouts. And going back to his previous start, it'll take more than a line drive to knock this guy down. More ahead from Atlanta. For the achiever in you, and by the Lexus RX, featuring a pre-collision system with pedestrian detection. Standard. Cloudy, hot day, sun in and out. Armed Forces Day. Some great ceremonies we saw before the game, and it's the kind of day when we really take time to reflect on what's important in our country. And baseball will be a part of that today. Dusty and the guys, very emotional moment a few minutes ago when they came out to join the guys for the anthem. And here's Max Scherzer, knocked down against the Phillies on Sunday. FP, the stuff this guy does, both getting batters out and being durable and being a tough guy, you just don't see guys like this around anymore.
No, I get knocked down, I get back up again. Max Scherzer with a line drive off his knee last start. He went down again, and we all were holding our breath saying, is the Nats season over? Because it might as well would have been if something bad happened to Max. He didn't just get up. He got up in the next inning. He had the immaculate inning. Remember? 3 strikeouts, 9 pitches. So an admirable outing for Max Scherzer last time out. He fires us all up, and we're looking for some more here today against the Braves.
Bartolo Colon is his opposition. There's Max, 70 strikeouts. Top of the league right there. Same with the opponent's batting average. He's always among the elite in these different categories. And Bartolo Colon is 43 years of age. He's going to make his 13th appearance against the Nats overall and appearance number 12.
He's had a great career, and no offense, but this is a guy the Nats have to beat.
Well, there's Bryce and the guys getting together with the servicemen and women. Great day here in Atlanta. Great day for a Nats victory as well. 4-7 their last 11 games. Do they need one? I think so. And in that dugout, happy birthday, Jason Worth. Going to be some experience on the field when he faces Bartolo Colon today. 84 degrees, humidity is up, and it is steamy at the ballpark. And really the forecast not that bad. Earlier today it looked like a lot of rain was coming, but maybe not till tomorrow now. And here's Trey at the Braves hitting .370. He's 3 for his last 25. Got to get some knowledge of the strike zone effectively going here, get on base, and let this offense fire on all cylinders. He's a big key to what's going on for the Nats. The other regulars are in there today, including Michael A. Taylor, 11 for his last 27 over 7 games. Here's Bartolo, lifetime 235 and 166. And when he gets 3 runs of support, he's won 222 career games.
43 years, 11 months, 26 days. Bartolo Colon allowed 3 runs on 7 hits, 1 strikeout, a couple of walks in 5 innings against the Blue Jays on Monday. So get this, fastball 84% of the time, averaging 88 miles an hour. Couple sliders, couple changeups to go with it. At defense tonight for the Braves, Kemp, Inciarte, Markakis, the outfield, Swanson, Ruiz, left side, Phillips, Peterson, right side, Tyler Flowers behind the plate. And before you do a weather report, you might want to look at my phone real quick. because there's a lot of rain
Not
coming.
looking great. Well, the original forecast had some of it here by now. Hopefully it'll somehow get away from us here. And just want to play some baseball, get through a ball game, and help Max Scherzer stop a 3-game losing streak. Braves at home are 7-9. The Nats on the road still good, 13-9. 14-year veteran Chad Fairchild has the plate. David Rackley, crew chief Larry Vanover, he's got second base today. And Alfonso Marquez over at the other corner. 4:11 p.m. and just about a minute late. Cologne, first pitch to Turner. It's right in there. Trey hitting at 235. He'll rip one to left. Over toward the gap to cut it off. Matt Kemp on a pitch up. Good things hopefully coming for Trey Turner.
Bunch of Nats fans right below us. Did you hear him? They just yelled, "There goes a no-hitter." All right. Good way. I see you working down there. There goes a no-hitter. Trey Turner got a fastball up. Drilled it into left. Let the games begin at first base now. See if Trey Turner is off to the races.
And even though he's not been getting on base a ton, Trey still has the running game going. He's 9 out of 10. So here's Jason Worth hitting .410 his last 10 ball games. A guy who has seen thousands of pitches against a guy who has thrown tens of thousands.
Happy birthday, Jason Worth, 38 years old today. I should say 38 years young.
Playing like it. .298 batting average. On base percentage at .401, just out of the top 10 in the league.
So 81 years of experience going at it right here in the first inning at SunTrust Park. Eventually.
Tyler Flowers, 3 of 16 against opposing base runners. A lot of room through the right side.
Some solid career numbers.
Not a big lead by Turner. Holding. 1 ball, 1 strike. Let's go inside some numbers brought to you by Jeep.
Check out this one. This is good. Oldest matchup since 1974 combined age. Julio Franco, Roger Clemens, 92 years. These guys 81 locking horns right now. So they're in the conversation.
You knew Jamie Moyer had to get on there somewhere. Off speed, and Cologne drops it in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jason 6 for 16 career against the right-hander Bryce Waiting. And extending to stay alive on a 1-2.
I remember Jason hit a few home runs once on his birthday, so he likes to play on May 20th. I think it was against the Orioles in 2011. I'm acting like I remembered that, but they're telling me in my ear.
1-2. And that breaking ball way outside. 2-2.
Ball's gonna fly here today. Setting the over-under at home runs in this game at 2.5.
Bartolo very deliberate here. And a tapper to the right side. They're going to wheel and fire to second, and no way Bartolo Colon can get anywhere near Jason Worth at the first base bag, so they'll get the lead runner on a 3-6.
Here comes Bruce.
Bryce has faced Colon 19 times. 5 hits, 2 of them home runs. R.A. Dickey and company handled Harper pretty well last night. He did rip that ball in the 3rd inning that got through Jace Peterson for a couple of runs.
How long do you think it'll take Braves fans to know that it's Bryce Harper and not Bruce?
Never. I think fans in our division know exactly what they're doing. So Freddie Freeman's numbers will hold up for a while. Justin Turner on a big-time surge for the Dodgers. Buster Posey, for a day or two, led the league in hitting, but now it's Turner along with the on-base percentage numbers, and Paul Goldschmidt, a perennial guy in that parade. Oh, 1 the count. Easy take. That start today, 7 up on the Braves, who've won 6 of their last 8.
4-1 in their last 5. Swinging the bats, they've done it with offense.
Well, they know guys have to step up now, don't they?
Yep.
Shift on, 1-1. Outside.
I'll tell you what, I always say that nobody does the military appreciation like the Nats and the Padres, but the Braves just did one of the best I've ever seen. The flyover, the flag in center field, the tribute to all branches of the military before the game today, one of the best we've ever seen. So good job, Braves.
Agreed. 2-1. Harper to left. Ball is traveling. Kemp will grab it at the edge of the track. Jason Worth was already at second base, and back he goes on a long second out. Wind is blowing exactly opposite of where Bryce just hit that ball. Zimmerman stepping in, and when he gets ahead, look out, everybody. 5:52. That's still dominating the Braves over the long period of time back to the start of the 15th season. Nobody plays an opponent any better. Bartolo Colon is the last of the Montreal Expos. How does that make you feel? I mean, that's
sad.
That's really something.
Super old. Extinct. Like a dinosaur. Like a fossil. Is that enough?
Or Z, all of the above. Well, Ryan Zimmerman against him, 3 for 10 career with an RBI. First inning infield hit, at least first time up, leading off the second.
Boy, this is a good matchup for Ryan. Just seems like with Colon's speed of his fastball, if he doesn't keep this in on his hands, he can leave to center, he can leave to right, he can leave to left. This is a dream matchup for Ryan Zimmerman.
Might have thought it was a heater. 80 on the change. 1-2. Yeah, he's never taken Bartolo deep. 1 RBI. Not that many meetings. Bartolo Colon, 509th career start. Outfield straight away. Off speed again. Bartolo Colon gives up a leadoff hit, a well-hit ball by Trey Turner, and that's it. Max Scherzer next up. And the armed forces well represented. You'll hear that many times today, by the way. Not me, them. Nick Markakis, last 22 games, hitting great, 345. He's on an 8-game hitting streak, batting average at 311. And Markakis up to some of his old tricks against the Nats. He's always been a tough out for our pitching staff, and Max Scherzer knows all about that. He has 11 career hits against him, and Max will face the Braves for the 14th time.
Yeah, no decision last start on the 14th against the Phillies. That was the game Michael A. Taylor bailed out the bullpen with a late home run.
First pitch pop up in Ciarte. If you have a birthday, the ball will find you early. 1 out.
I've always said that.
Well, that's a good start.
Yeah, 1 pitch, 1 out. Can't do much better than that. He's about to pitch an immaculate game. 27 pitches, complete game.
There's Brandon Phillips. We have seen ball clubs very aggressive against Max. Nobody wants him to get them to 2 strikes. Phillips is their daytime warrior, by the way, hitting .406 when we're not under the lights. Strike 1 on a good fastball. Sort of close. Max 6-3 in those previous 13 starts against the Braves, a 3.34. Phillips will rip one into the breeze, and it's going to stay in the ballpark, but it's off the glove of Worth, and Brandon Phillips is just now arriving at second base. He was in his home run trot from home to first.
But we saw Bryce's line drive get held up in the top of the first, and Brandon Phillips thought he got this one. He watches it, he admires it, he trots to first base. And if he's running hard, that's a triple based on how this caromed off the wall. Jason Worth with effort, and a good effort in the sun, wall, a lot of traffic down there. You see the frustration, but if you're busting it out of the batter's box based on how that ball bounced right there, you're standing on third with 1 out. And not just jogging into second and celebrating a double that should have been a triple.
Well, and if anybody was watching Harper's fly ball, you could get a sense of that. Now Phillips acting like he wants to steal third. Fastball is up to Nick Markakis. They've given him a double on that. Jason Worth was fighting the sun. Ball probably kind of coming straight down on him in that breeze. A lot of elements to that play. Runner at second, 1 out. Scherzer, the master of the hold. That's up and into Markakis.
If I'm 2-0 against Max Scherzer, that's the one I want. Fastball letter high. He's trying to drive the ball up the middle to the outfield. Dusty Baker, obviously, in the first inning, playing his infield back.
Phillips a shorter lead. And then Markakis swinging through a pitch, diving down and in. He was betting fastball there. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, that's why you got to get on the 2-0 heater. Max will give you a pitch to hit. If you're lucky, you'll get one on at bat. And if you miss that one, foul it off or take it, you're in trouble.
Two after it was 2-0. Phillips really dancing around. Turner in behind him. And that ball to right. Bryce Harper has it. Phillips going nowhere. He's still at second base. 2 down.
Would be 1-0 Braves if he was hustling.
Yep.
Defense for the Nats behind Max Scherzer today. Worth, Taylor, Harper the outfield. Turner, Rendon left side. Murphy, Zimmerman right side. Matt Wieters behind the plate. Michael A. Taylor doing a nice job in the absence of Adam Eaton. There's the A behind home plate for Michael A. Taylor. Playing so good, they put his middle initial behind home plate.
Here's Matt Kemp. A dominating matchup by Max Scherzer, these two, but this year Matt Kemp is hitting right-handers .345. Max pitched the first game of that series, and Matt Kemp was still on the DL with a hamstring. So the matchup is 5 for 39 career, couple of walks, 11 strikeouts. First base open. Tyler Flowers, right-handed hitting catcher, on deck.
Yeah, I think if you're Max right here, you make your pitches, and if Matt Kemp wants to go fishing for him, good. If he doesn't, you take your chances. Even though the career numbers are pretty amazing in favor of Max Scherzer, even though Tyler Flowers is hitting .342 on deck, he doesn't have that many at-bats. Just 79 this year, 27 for 79.
1-1.
Sharp beauties for the Braves today. Real sharp. Got to go slider away here, don't you?
Well, you said you want a pitcher's pitch here. In fact, every one of them you want one to be like that. And if he gets himself out, fine. Wieters giving nothing away yet. Fastball up, maybe to get to that slider, and the count's 2-2. Late for a fastball up again.
Hit a horse. Well, the Preakness is today. It's a good chance it's going to hit a horse.
There's one on the mound right now.
Yeah.
Long inning for Max. 1-out double by Phillips. Couple of fly balls around it. And now another 2-2 to Kemp. Great slider. Didn't get the call. Max about to step toward the third base dugout.
Pretty close. Watch Wieters with the lead to the dugout. All right, let's go ahead. Nope. All right.
Perfect pitch.
Ready to go hit.
Might he throw it again? Got that one up a bit. Turner to his left. And because Brandon Phillips admired a double, the Braves don't score in the bottom of the first. Here comes Daniel Murphy. Hey, on a day like this, we'll give props to the Chops for our servicemen. If they want to root for their Braves, a lot of Atlanta servicemen and women here from the state of Georgia, the Deep South. And we salute them on Armed Forces Day. Here's Daniel Murphy's second inning.
Solid numbers early in the season.
Yeah, 342 his last 21 games now. Kind of get the feeling that Murphy's about to start getting 2 to 3 hits a game here for a while. Starting to use the field. 12 doubles, 51 hits, 4 for 12 career against Bartolo, and a 2-0 count. From that first base end of the pitching rubber. Gives him an angle to that outside edge, but he misses. 3-1.
Got a pretty good pitch right there. 3-1 fastball looked like right down the middle, and Murph just underneath it.
3-2, big gap in right center. On a pitch away. Murphy takes it out. 2 homers on the trip.
There's the curtsy home run in Pittsburgh. I have to keep calling it that because I don't know that I've ever seen a guy get out of the way of a pitch, basically do a bowling finish and hit a home run. And then last night that ball was drilled off RA. Off the security guard. It's always fun to hit homers off security guards, I used to say.
3-2, and that one close enough on which to be hacking to stay alive.
Security guards are like the guy that picks up the balls on the driving range when you aim for them. Same thing. And they do a great job, but they're fun to aim at. Yep. Heads up.
There's Mercedes-Benz on the pitch cast, the entire AB. So that first pitch that's tried to swing back, the only one not away. Payoff again.
You look at me like I'm crazy when I said that. You never aim for the guy in the cage picking up the balls in the driving range? I always do. Half of my bucket is devoted to him.
You know why? I don't, because my daughter was a range boy at a golf course.
But that's what the cage is for. She's all right. Is she alive? See?
Yeah.
It's all good.
She made it. 3-2. Murphy turns and hooks it foul.
Good try.
Wow, that ball is stinging. Well, this is a pitch count ruin type hitter, Daniel Murphy. In this AB, both Colon and Scherzer threw 16 pitches first inning. Bartolo 11 strikes, Max 10. Target away. What else is new? Murphy to center. He's going to back up Inciarte. Ballpark's playing large with the wind coming in from left and left center today. Anything down the right field line, though, is going to go, and I mean go. So that's 4 straight since the Turner base hit, and Anthony Rendon is next.
I think there's 3 home runs in this game last night. Bryce's, Matt Kemp's.
And Phillips.
Bryce's, Phillips, I'm sorry, and Murph's.
Yeah, it's playing differently today. Anthony Rendon 8 for 21 career, couple of homers against Bartolo Colon. That's outside. This is interesting about Bartolo Colon. Mention his 235 career wins, 166 losses. So 401 decisions in his big league career out of 508 starts. That ball running back to Rendon.
I think when Bartolo's at his best, at least when he was a Met, his fastball was in the low 90s. Then as a hitter, you had to respect it a little bit more. He couldn't stay back on his off speed. I remember talking to Bob Guerin when he was the bench coach of the Mets, and he said, watch his velocity today. If it's 91, 92, that's when he's on his game, because now you got to respect the fastball. But when he's in the 80s is when you can get him. And today so far, it looks like he's living in the 80s.
Nice to hear you say that about somebody other than me. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It's a good decade. You have some ties that are still living in the 80s.
My point exactly. Thanks for that brief respite. Trying to swing it back. He hasn't found the edge just yet, and it's another long count.
He needs the edge. He's usually the master of just shaving off that front corner on the run back fastball to righties with 2 strikes. He's going to try to do it again here to Rendon. Start it off, run it back.
Good right center hitter here. Rendon takes it that way for a base hit. That's where Anthony would like you to pitch him. He loves to turn and burn on occasion, but he is so good when he goes the other way, and the Nats have their second base hit.
Nice job of staying with it. He knew what Colon was going to try to do. You're going to run that fastball back, force yourself to swing. You know it's going to be a strike late. Brandon Phillips playing up the middle. That's a thank you very much knock and a sweet piece of hitting by Anthony Rendon.
Matt Wieters, 8-game hitting streak and safely in 13 of his last 16. Colon's been a problem for him though. 1 for 12. Shift is on. Trying to shave that corner away from the left-hander.
There he is, the ghost of Bob Henley. Haunted third base coach coming up this fall on Bravo. New reality show. I like it.
Will he send them or will he hold them? A lot of long counts here for Bartolo early in the game. Bob Henley looking for some company. Rendon across the diamond from him.
Scaring everybody home.
Rendon on the move, pitch down and in. And Anthony Rendon is out. It looked like Flowers had no chance to get him, and he put the throw right on the bag for Dansby Swanson. Rendon walks away as if he knows he was out.
It looked like Tyler Flowers was surprised that Rendon was going. Did you see that? He went, oh, he's going? And I thought Rendon steals this easy. Maybe they look at it on replays. Rendon kind of saunters back to the dugout. Did he get his foot in there before the tag? He stayed on the base. Watch Flowers. Oh, he's going? And he got rid of it quick. I think they might take a look at it now.
Well, Larry Vanover. Vanover's walking toward the Nats dugout. Now he'll retreat, and that's 2 outs.
Pretty good tag by Dansby Swanson.
Tyler Flowers guns down his 4th runner of the year. Count to Wieters is 3-0. So Bartolo had been keeping the ball away from Matt. Came into him there. Let's see what he does on 3-1 now that the bases are empty. Yeah, right on the attack in the strike zone again. Obviously, he doesn't want to walk in, but he was trying to get that outside edge. Now he's being a little more aggressive. And Wieters strikes out. Wow, it went from a man on 3-0 to end of the inning in an instant. No score in Atlanta.
a bet as pretty much any starter in Major League Baseball. Since he joined the Nats in 2015, Scherzer ranks second among all big league starters in percentage of outings that go 6+ innings, behind just Clayton Kershaw. 90+% of the time he goes 6 innings plus, and he's third among all starters in percentage of starts that go 7 innings plus, behind just Kershaw and Chris Sale. And this affects the Nats positively, and not just on days Max pitches. Dusty says he knows he can lean heavily on his bullpen the day before Max starts, knowing Max is bound to eat innings, and he can count on his pen being rested and ready the day after Max starts. Dusty says the great ones know what's at stake. They know the state of your team and your bullpen, and they take it upon themselves to deliver when it's most needed.
And Dan, that's probably why Enny Romero and Sean Kelly both pitched the last 2 games before Matt gets the assignment. Coons.com with our sideline report. When you're talking Cars, you're talking Coons. So you would think those 2 are not available today, and Max wants to give Dusty the impression that, hey, it doesn't matter, I got this. Bottom of the second, Tyler Flowers. Scherzer ahead of him. These 2 have had some matchups from the American League. Flowers with the White Sox. Scherzer in the division with Detroit, 5 for 16.
Yeah, that's great to have it and to want to go the distance, but it's May 20th. I want Max Scherzer to have it maybe on October 20th. And if the starters have to feel like they need to throw 120 pitches to get a decision or to get a win, then that's not going to be a good thing in August or September. Trust me. They will be on empty.
Strasburg tomorrow, weather permitting. Jaime Garcia, lefty, scheduled for the Braves. Oh, 2 to Flowers. Great slider, ball 1.
I mean, it's admirable. We love Max's makeup. My favorite thing about him is his intangibles, but I want him to feel like he needs to take care of business late in the season, not on May 20th, because there may be no late in the season.
So, yeah, there they are. Nats for the top 6 in that category. Brought to you by Jeep. Jeff Samardzija pitching today for the Giants. Swing and a miss. Scherzer, first K of the day.
A little stroll around the mound after a strikeout. We'd love to see Max Scherzer do that. Just a power fastball, a little cut on the end. You see that move away subtly from Tyler Flowers. First strikeout for Max.
Jace Peterson on a pitch inside, way ahead. 0 for 3 with a walk last night. Peterson getting dangerously close to the 200 mark on his batting average, 202. As you saw, 200 against Scherzer, 3 for 15. 1-1. But as Epi mentioned, Braves are on the uptick offensively. Inciarte and Markakis on nice hitting streaks. Matt Kemp's been pretty steady since coming back from his hamstring. Swanson better in the number 7 spot today, usually 8th. That is some jammage right there, up and in, 2-2. The East. Braves have climbed into second place. Marlins continue to lose. They've lost 5 in a row now. It's had 19 out of 23, I believe. Wow. Scherzer trying to bust that slider in on the lefty.
Yeah, even though the Nats have a big lead early, this thing's not over. I hope everyone realizes that. There is so much baseball left to be played, and it's nice to have a 7-game lead, but I feel like everybody's saying this is over. It's just a matter of time. It's not. Not even close. Yeah, the division's weak right now, but there's 5.5 months or 5 months left of baseball. 4.5 months, whatever it is.
That ball's ripped. Great pick by Zimmerman. Ryan to his left. Doesn't matter which corner he's at. The glove is magical, and now it's a mitt. 2 down.
And the main people that you hope realize that are the ball club. I mean, if they think it's over right now, then you're in trouble, and I know those guys don't. But when you have a big league like that, Carp, sometimes on a given day, you're thinking, oh, well, everyone else's division's going to lose. I know that's not the way Dusty thinks, but sometimes as a player, you get a little complacent when you see the standings and you're up by 9 in May.
That's 42nd game of the year, so we're already better than a quarter of the way through. 16-9 in the division. And a whole bunch of West coming up. Mariners, Padres, Giants, A's, Dodgers.
Joe.
No, we already had him.
Yeah.
Dansby Swanson was the man last night. 2-run homer, double, pair of walks. Made a mistake in the field, but did some other good things out there. And Scherzer holds on too long, and it's 3-1.
You know, a good Twitter poll would be who's the best young shortstop in the National League East, but since it's a Nats broadcast, Trey Turner would run away with it. Maybe I hashtag it tomorrow, Braves, Phillies, Marlins, and get their fans involved and see if we can get that as a Twitter poll. What do you think?
Slider, yes. Yeah.
I'd take
kind
it.
of interesting when you think that Freddie Galvis is the senior shortstop in the division, and he's had a good little run for the Phillies since Jimmy Rollins left.
Well, he would be one of them. Guy in the batter's box, Trey Turner and Adeiny Echeverria.
Way outside.
It might be a landslide regardless of what hashtag you put in, but still be interesting to see. All right, brunch on the baselines. I am all in on this one, except for we won't be there. Enjoy an all-exclusive, inclusive brunch on the field at Nats Park with Brunch on the Baselines. It's presented by Budweiser. Sunday, June 18th, noon to 4. My goodness, you're going to have fun. Enjoy just one Bloody Mary, one mimosa, gourmet spread featuring several of your brunches. No, enjoy Bloody Marys and mimosas. Visit nationals.com/brunch for tickets and details.
We'll be at Citi Field. 1:10 game against the Mets.
That sounds like fun.
Rio Ruiz. Struck out in a pinch hitting role after being recalled yesterday. And this one high in the air, left side, out of play. Ruiz is 22 years of age from Covina, California. Committed to USC before signing with the Astros back in 12. And then he was one of the players involved in the Mike Foltynewicz Evan Gattis deal that brought the pitcher here and sent Evan Gattis to the Astros. Had 5 big league hits in his debut, 40 at bats last year.
Close. I see a hard hat lunch pail day coming for Max. It's not one of those 11 strikeouts. Good luck if you get a hit off him. I mean, he's got good stuff, but it's not the A+ stuff where it's unhittable. And that's okay. He knows how to negotiate those games better than most.
Fastball up, unreachable. 2-2. Nissan pitch cast.
A little elevation, some high spin rate late. Every bit of 94 when it hits Matt Wieder's glove. Same pitch, right? A little higher.
And that ball is hammered to right. Looks like it gets out of here. That's a homer. Hit near the top of the wall. And then the railing behind it. First big league homer for Rio Ruiz. And the Atlanta dugout's going to want that baseball, obviously. Max Scherzer gives up his 8th of the year.
Eddie Perez has the ball. And Max Scherzer wanted that one higher. Matt Wieters wanted that one higher. And that's the danger of trying to elevate a fastball up with 2 strikes. If you don't get it where you want it, it's right in the turbo zone, and Rio knew what to do with it. Tried to get a curtain call, but Bartolo Colon didn't care. He's hitting.
So a walk to the number 7 hitter and then a homer by the number 8 man. Bartolo Colon is the batter. Crowd goes nuts as he fouls one back.
So he wanted this pitch right around the logo, and he left it a little bit too low, and Ruiz, who was late on the previous fastball, geared up for that one.
Bartolo walks away after being called out on strikes. Damage done by Rio Ruiz. Here comes Michael A. Taylor. He's done plenty of his own lately. May 20th, 6 years ago, Nationals a then club record 17 runs against the Orioles at Camden Yards on his birthday, and the record stood until April 30th of this year. So VW has some Jason Worth taters as part of a 17-5 win. Nationals knocked Jake Arrieta out in that game after 3 2/3. Yeah, that's Jason Worth.
Well, he almost looks military right there. His hair's so short and his beard's so short.
Kind of a weird week, the Nats. That was a Friday night. Nationals hadn't scored any runs since Monday. A couple of rainouts. Then they were shut out in a couple of games, and Oh boy, did somebody pay Jake Arrieta. That was the infamous game where Jim Riggleman took Jason Marquis out with the lead. Didn't think he was pitching that well, and Marquis was very upset with his skipper.
That was also the infamous game where we had a dual broadcast with the Orioles broadcasters, and we had the Orioles poll of the player of the game, and J.J. Hardy won, and the Nats scored 17 runs. Never forget it. More than the 2 home runs by Jason Worth.
Yeah. I think J.J. handled 6 chances cleanly at shortstop that night.
It was a landslide, too. He had like 80% of the vote. I said, where am I right now?
I think he moved a runner with a ground ball.
I think he had a good game, but it wasn't 2 home runs, and the Nats scored 17 runs.
Well, that was their sponsor, and we were doing that shirt telecast back then. Had some fun with that. Fans sticking up for their guys. Taylor, 2 for 9 career against Bartolo Colon. 2-1 pitch. Max Scherzer would like to have that slider. 5 o'clock in Atlanta. Little overcast overhead. Breeze still blowing in pretty healthily from left field. 2-2. Tried to swing the fastball back, and Bartolo, kind of like Tanner Roark, just hasn't found that outside edge to right-handers yet. Yeah, that slider that he gave a strike to, those were similar to the ones Max didn't get strikes. He's going to run that one back. Taylor tossed the bat, and Flowers tossed the ball around the horn. 3 Ks for Bartolo.
Is this one a little bit closer? Everything's out of the zone. Yeah, that one's too close to take on a 3-2 count.
Yeah. Boy, that's tough when you strike out on a 5-1 count. Just ask Jason Worth the last time we were here.
Yeah.
There's Max. 0 for 2 against Cologne. They have matched up before. Max just took a look to left field. He's going to hit one out there. 1-1.
Not a pull hitter, really.
3 hits this year, an RBI. Up the middle. Swanson to his left, wheels. I tell you, after spinning that quickly, he found his target very well. 2 outs.
I thought he kind of rushed it, but it's a beautiful play by the Braves shortstop. Colon trying to swipe his glove at it. Good exchange, picked up his target. Got rid of it quick. I'll tell you what, if you see Dansby Swanson play one game, he's not going to wow you. You watch him play for a week straight, you're going to like what he brings to the table. He's a good player.
Yeah, still just 22. Grand total of 129 big league at bats last year. Trey Turner got a pitch up and really hit it hard to left center. Base hit, first time up. Offense coming back down to earth this week, really. Batting average under 280 for the first time, and I guess since the first week of the season. 277, still a very healthy team batting average. But in so many games, the Nats, even in scoring 4, 5, or 6, have had enough runs to win ball games. 1-2. Off speed, struck him out. Bartolo being Bartolo. 4 strikeouts and 3 shutout innings on 2 singles so far.
Armed Forces Day, and thank you for everything that you do.
Well said, Ryan, and thank you, sir. Armed Forces Day here in Atlanta, around the country. Fantastic pregame ceremonies. Ryan's always been so great with his time to our servicemen and women, wounded warriors in the D.C. area. A heart for charity, that man. And we're going to the bottom of the third.
Take a staycation with the Nats this Memorial Day weekend. From now until May 21st, save 25% on tickets for upcoming home games against the Mariners and the Padres. Visit Astros.com/staycation and use code STAYCATION.
Max Scherzer, a strike to Ender Inciarte, who on the first pitch of Max's day hit a fly ball to left. 45 pitches later, it's the top of the third, or rather bottom of the third, with the Braves, Inciarte, Phillips, and Markakis. And this one in the air, left center, Michael A. Taylor drifting. When you have insight, you know how to handle your finances with confidence. Brought to you by PNC Bank. For the achiever in you, Victor Robles just had his 20th birthday, and he is doing well at High 8 Potomac. 283. The homers, the steals, the 17 runs that he's putting on the board, and Nats organization very, very excited about him. Carolina League, there aren't a whole lot of teams in that league, and if you talk to coaches and organization people, they say that's the league where the other teams really start keeping a book on you. They see you a lot. And so if kids can make adjustments and keep getting their thing done, they'll be advancing to Harrisburg. Well done.
A double short of the cycle last night. 2 singles, a triple, and a homer on his 20th birthday.
His 4th career 4-hit game. Well done. 1-1, Scherzer to Brandon Phillips.
Matt Wieters got hit last night too. He's taking some direct hits back-to-back nights. That's when they start to add up. Talk to catchers over time. It's when they get hit, you know, 2 games in a row, 3 games in a row. They start to feel the effects. And I honestly think, I know there's data for it, that every time that happens, it's a mini concussion.
Travis d'Arnaud early in his career, Mike Matheny late in his career. Now that we know more about the protocols and all that, now that's an emergency hack.
I think one of d'Arnaud's concussions was on a backswing where the bat hit him in the head, and he's had some foul tips too.
Yeah, as if there's not enough for catchers. One homer short of a milestone. Thought he had it, didn't he? Max Scherzer has failed a couple of times to throw that fastball for a strike on a 3-ball count. All right, Dan, what do you got?
Bob, Braves catcher Tyler Flowers, talking about the hits that catchers get on the mask, has actually engineered a mask that Matt Wieters utilizes at times. It has springs that kind of relieve some of the pressure when you take a direct shot to the mask. There's 2 at the top, 1 at the chin. And Wieters says he does use it sometimes. The springs get worn out if you take a direct hit, so it's not something that you can use consistently if you are getting squared up with foul tips. But that's constantly something that companies are trying to evolve and find new ways to try and take some of the pressure off of catchers when it comes to those shots.
Well, that would be so important for baseball, to be able to protect catchers any way they can.
Yeah, like shock absorber, so when it hits the mask gives and doesn't smoke you in the jaw right on the button like that one did.
Runner aboard, 1 out. Phillips, by the way, 7 of 8 in steals, and he had a couple last night, one of them part of a double steal. Right now, Max having a hard time with fastball command, trying to get some corners with that. Markakis, well hit ball to Bryce Harper, first time up.
Yeah, 107 pitches 3 starts ago, 113 2 starts ago, and 105 last start. And on a warm day here in Atlanta, he looks like he's getting gassed a lot earlier than normal. Throwing a lot of pitches, a lot of high stress pitches. But like I said earlier, he's a hard hat, lunch pail, meat and potatoes kind of guy that can get through these starts and still win. But you can see he's huffing and puffing and maybe a little tired here a lot earlier than you would think because of the heat and the last 3 starts.
(3-1) Kemp on deck. So 84 on the change. Nick Markakis, career 11 for 38 against Scherzer. Phillips getting out to medium lead. Is he going with 1 out? There he goes.
Time you see a guy dig his back cleat in and he just gets lower and lower and lower as he's in his stance, he's telling everybody he's going. He tipped that big time. 3-2 count, so really not a big deal. Dusty hoping for a strike him out, throw him out. Watch him get lower, lower, and then go. He's going. I think it's almost as fascinating as watching pitchers tip pitches as base stealers tip when they're going. The good ones won't let you know. They look like they're going every pitch. But oftentimes guys will tell you. See him digging that back cleat in, he's going.
Strike call. And he'll stand up into a double play.
Thank you very much.
Nick Markakis doesn't like the call from Chad Fairchild. Strike him out, throw him out, double play. That's it for the 3rd inning.
incredibly productive for this Nationals ball club. I asked Dusty Baker, who played until he was 37 in the big leagues, what it takes for a guy to play into his late 30s and still have the level of success that Jason does. Dusty said there's a lot of factors that play into it. His desire to play and compete, how he takes care of himself, how he's willing and able to play in pain at times, and how he conditions and how he eats are also big factors, Dusty said. Dusty noted the older you get, the tougher it is to keep the weight off. He then tapped me and said, "You'll see someday." And he noted, guys, that Jason's playing to win. He's playing because he loves it. He's playing because he wants a contract passed this year. A lot of things that go into Jason Worth still remaining incredibly effective offensively and defensively, even as he gets up there a little bit in years.
Yeah, not slowing down anytime soon, it appears. So thanks, Dan, with a Coons.com sideline report. When you're talking cars, you're talking Coons.
I think pride and winning are the two things that motivate Jason Worth. I mean, he wants to keep playing. He wants a contract, but he's set. He's got generations set financially. He's got a World Series ring. He wants another one. And the pride to show everybody that he can still play. I think the biggest adjustment when you get older is making adjustments as the game speeds up on you. You go from a great player and you come back to the pack to a pretty good player based on age. And what adjustments do you make to keep being productive? Some guys can't do it. Obviously at 38, he's having a great year. He's figured that out.
One and two as Cologne runs that ball back. Brandon Phillips. One down, top of the fourth.
Bruce coming up.
I think the Friday night crowd booed him more.
Yeah, they were a little lubed up.
Yeah. It's only a game and a half, almost. But in this series, the Braves have pitched the middle of the order pretty well. Daniel Murphy is the only Nat that has a hit that's left the infield. And he had a couple last night. Zimmerman, that infield hit. Bryce Harper 0 for 5 in the series, and he faces Cologne again, 5 for 20 career against the right-hander.
See, days like today, the day game in Pittsburgh, are the days when you really miss out a meeting.
Energy.
Yeah. And you look at that guy and he's up there and he's diving everywhere and he's fouled off 10 pitches. He's running around like a chicken with his head cut off, and you're thinking to yourself, well, if he can do it, I can do it. So those low energy days when it's tough to get going based on a 162 game schedule, which is baseball, guys like Eaton are the guys you look to for inspiration and energy.
Yeah, we missed number 2.
So when Dusty says things like, we didn't have a whole lot of life last night, that's what he's talking about. Everybody gets so caught up in the analytics, the numbers, his career numbers, his stats. It's the intangibles that guy brought to the table that is the reason Mike Rizzo traded for him. And without him here, on the days when you're saying, come on, let's go, what's going on? You miss a guy like Adam Eaton.
Yeah, and we knew after a couple of weeks you would feel that.
Right.
You can get around losing a key player. Braves are going to go through the same thing with Freddie Freeman. They're going to look up several weeks from now and say, oh man, we really miss Freddie now. You can get by for a while, and this offense is good enough to thrive without anybody, probably without any one guy. But at the top of the order,
but Freddie Freeman's just a stud numbers wise, and yeah, he's going to carry on his back because he's so good. And he's a leader, obviously, but it's different with Eaton. It had nothing to do with him hitting homers or anything. It was what he brought.
2-2 with 1 out. Inside to Bryce, and look out. Inside the numbers. So on pitches up in the zone, Bryce hitting over 420. Matt Wieters, a high ball hitter. It's all brought to you by Jeep and Eric Hosmer. He's another guy who swings left-handed. I mean, usually left-handed batters are known as low ball hitters, but some guys are so good, they get them anywhere. 2-2, 1 out. Zimmerman next. Harper laces one into the right field corner. That's going to hit the bottom of the wall and be a single. That ball caromed right to Nick Markakis. How about that?
That ball was roasted. You could hang laundry on this line drive if you want. 114 miles an hour, I'm being told. Oh my goodness. Cover your ears. Military Appreciation Day here at SunTrust. That one was shot out of a cannon.
That was loud. Nick Markakis might play another 5 years in this ballpark and never get a carom like that one.
Is there a dent in the wall? I'm going to see.
There's Ryan Zimmerman.
There's people down there that got scared in those seats. I know that. Yeah, those seats.
It kind of looked like it hit right off the corner of the padding and just on a fly right into the bare hand of Nick Markakis. Similar pitch, 0-2.
Yeah, and Bryce is standing on first upset. I guarantee you that he didn't get that elevated more because it's coming through at 117 now on StatCast. 117.
Hardest single of the year.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, that would have been in the chop house. A little higher. 0-2 now. Zimmerman has to protect. Max at 61 pitches. Bartolo now at 65 with 1 out, 4th inning. Ryan Zimmerman this year, one of the best road hitters in baseball, 365. Harper just added to his 362. And Ryan's going to stroke one into right, but it's staying up for Markakis. Pretty good approach on a 2-strike hack. Murphy next.
Washington, D.C. Lexus dealers donate $250 to the Children's National Health System for each of the first 200 home runs the Nats hit this season. Lexus, experience amazing.
Well, Daniel Murphy's been a home run guy last couple of days. Still 6th in the league in runs batted in. Harper short lead. Murphy right center. Bryce is going to turn and easily go to third. Markakis drops the ball, picks it up in a hurry, and it'll be 1st and 3rd for Anthony Rendon. Daniel Murphy, 3rd hit of the series now. He's 3 for 6.
There's some Linas flying around the campsite all of a sudden. First Bryce Harper with a 117-mile-an-hour single. Then Ryan Zimmerman with a bolt to Nick Markakis for an out. And now Daniel Murphy tries to split the gap. Good hustle by Bryce. He gave Bob Henley every opportunity to send him if Nick Markakis didn't pick up the bobble cleanly. So Bryce playing hard. Line moving a little bit here in the 4th. Nats hitting the ball hard.
Yeah, Bryce 90 feet away from his 43rd run. Most in baseball at 42. Anthony Rendon, nice job of going the other way for a base hit first time up.
Got it again if he wants it. Phillips right back up the middle, and Bartolo Colon trying to backdoor that sinker away. Hard to steer it though, but that pitch will take care of it if you swing.
He's starting to get a feel for that outside edge, and Chad Fairchild's going out there with him.
First one was a strike. That wasn't. I don't think that came back. Yeah, it's not even close.
Mercedes-Benz on the pitch cast.
They didn't need Mercedes to tell me that one. That was way out.
Close. 1-2.
Just missed.
Nats need a big 2-out knock to get everything kind of awakened here. Late on a Saturday afternoon in Atlanta, down by 2 on the Rio Ruiz home run. Rendon just out of the top 10 with that RISP number. Ball 2.
So first 2 strikes tailed back. Second 2 pitches after that went the other way. You can try that backdoor sinker again for the win. Here it comes.
Right idea. Brian Snitker's ball club playing well lately. 6 out of 8. Rendon on a pitch diving straight down, strikes out. Nats have left 3 runners, and the 4th inning of Nationals baseball is brought to you by the all-wheel drive RAV4. Toyota, what drives you? Visit buyatoyota.com for great deals. Great day for a catch.
Thanks to the armed forces today. We really appreciate everything you do.
Well said, Brian. Marines on guard. We're all safe. guarding the POW MIA chair. Special location set up by the Braves today.
Was very cool.
Yeah, and we need to be reminded so often about the sacrifice made by others for us, for our freedom, for our safety, for our children, grandchildren. Well done by the Braves today. Bottom of the fourth. Here's Kemp and a fastball up and in. Ground ball to short first time to end a possible first inning rally when Scherzer got Kemp. Max has only given up 2 hits. Nats have had 4.
I'm telling you, Max is grinding. He's doing his thing. Not the spectacular fashion that we're used to a lot of times, but he's working. Hoping he can hang around behind 2-0 and his ball club figures out Cologne. Looks like they're on the right track.
Yeah, change up chasing Matt Kemp. Long second inning, 29 pitches. Slider low and away. Looks like Kemp held up. David Rackley confirms. And another long count.
Pretty good take by Matt Kemp. That was a strike for a minute.
And a ball ripped out to center. Taylor watching it leave the yard. That ball was crushed, and Atlanta leads 3-0. Matt Kemp, first career homer against Max Scherzer.
Well, the pitch before the slider he took set this up. And if Fish ain't biting on the slider, you go back to the fastball. That one just got a little bit too much a home plate. And Matt Kemp with no stride. He's locked in. White hot Matt Kemp. I mean, he is as locked as I've ever seen him. And that's a good in his days as a Dodger.
Kemp's 8th of the year RBI total, number 25 for him.
11 for his last 22.
Good changeup. By the way, we all know the Nats are a good home run hitting team with 64. They've now given up 58. It's one of the higher totals in the league. And the 0-2. Great slider for an 0-2 pitch. Flowers able to lay off. Jace Peterson waiting. Challenge fastball hit well to right. Bryce Harper going back and to his left, reaching out to grab it on that track.
Pretty nice play. I played a few games in this ballpark, and he navigated right field on a tough ball like he plays here every day. See him take a look at the fence, feels the warning track. And even the Braves fans thought that was a good catch. Check it out. Nice catch, Bryce. We'll boo you next time you're up, but nice catch.
Jace Peterson robbed of a hit by Ryan Zimmerman first time.
Yeah, I'm trying to think a pitch that stands out for me today from Max, and he's just trying to get by and hoping he can tread water until the boys score some runs. Fastball command's been a little off. Slider's been good here and there. Changeup hasn't been his best friend today, and I haven't seen any curveballs that I can remember. So he's just trying to do it with guts alone today.
Good slider.
And a lot of times that's enough with Max Scherzer.
And again, he pulls that fastball inside for a walk on a full count. Third time today that's happened. 1 on, 1 out. Dansby Swanson is next.
Matt Wieder's going to run out there. Last time Mike Maddox ran out there on the road, he almost got his head bit off, so he's going to stay in the dugout for a second. He's locked in, though. He'll tighten him up when he gets out of this inning. I think that's just a breather. Max working hard here in the fourth. 80 pitches.
Yeah, muggy day out there. Hasn't had a quick inning. Walked into the clubhouse with Max today, and I said, yeah, easy day to get loose. He said, I'm already loose. I said, I was loose before I got on the bus. That's the kind of day today is. And it's a day to, I don't know, lose several pounds, stay hydrated, work hard. It's been a long 4 innings for him. And that's inside for a ball to Swanson. He was the first guy that Max walked with 2 outs and the bases empty back in the second. Then came the Ruiz home run, so there was an opportunity there for a moment to make that a quick inning. There's the home run guy, Rio Ruiz, who hit his first career against Max Scherzer.
I mean, shouldn't this guy walk up to Duran Duran? His name is Rio, and he's dancing on the sand. He's standing on the sand right now. Max would love a ground ball right here, right now.
Yeah, he needs some economy to start happening. Nats have turned 44 double plays on the year, top 4 in the league. One today of the strikeout throwout variety. Peterson short lead. And a Hot shot to right. Dansby Swanson has not been retired by the Nats yet in this series. 3 hits and 3 walks.
StatCast Brief brought to you by Amazon Web Services. His name was Rio, and he put one in the stands. 106 miles an hour, max height 52 feet. 372 feet of Tater, his first major league home run.
Yeah, a little early birthday present. He'll be 23 years of age on Monday. 2 on, 1 out. Pitcher on deck. And a slider up for a strike.
Remember, he tried to climb the ladder on Rio last time, just left it a little bit too low. He barreled it up. But he did chase a fastball up if they feel like going back there.
Challenge heater. Ruiz takes a healthy hack.
I'm telling you, right now is when all those things we love about Max Scherzer come in so handy. I mean, it's not looking good, right? Down 3-0. You're grinding, you're battling, you're fighting. You have an offense that can put up 4 runs off Bartolo Colon in a nanosecond. So this is where it really tests you mentally to get through this inning and keep it at 3-0.
Swing and a miss on a ball diving down and in. Max Scherzer, 4th strikeout. 2 down with Bartolo Colon coming up.
Saw a little stockage there after strike 3. Went with a nasty slider at the back knee. Rio can't hold up. Grabbed the ball back from Matt Wieters like, let's go, let's do this. Most relaxed hitter in baseball, Bartolo Colon.
Let's go inside the numbers, brought to you by PNC Bank. Strikeouts per 9 innings pitched. Only Randy Johnson and Pedro ahead. Kershaw, Nolan Ryan, 3 Hall of Famers and 2 probably ticketed for Cooperstown down the road. I mean, they love it here every time he swings. They really got excited when he fouled one off last time before showing no interest in strike 3 whatsoever.
Pretty good rip.
Straight back.
Tell you what, people like to have fun with Bartolo, but every single player that ever wore a uniform wishes they could have played when they were 43 years old. I'll never make fun of this guy. He's still getting it done at a high level.
Absolutely. Fastball over to the right side. Ryan Zimmerman's going to barely beat him to the bag. In fact, Bartolo never threw down the bat.
I was about to say, you got time.
Here's Matt Wieters. Armed Forces Day, brought to you by SC3 and CA Technologies. Together, delivering leading-edge technical solutions to the military. By DynCorp International, we serve today for a better tomorrow. And by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces, veterans, and their families for over 80 years. Federally insured by NCUA. Armed Forces Day, created in 1949 to honor Americans serving in the 5 U.S. military branches: the Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, and Coast Guard. We'd like to thank all past and current members of the U.S. Armed Forces for their work, sacrifice, and dedication in protecting our country.
All right, change seats, everybody.
Time for some offense.
Here we go.
Wieters, Taylor, Scherzer. Matt Wieters struck out right after Anthony Rendon was caught stealing in the second. Starting to get our first look at how this new ballpark configures late in the afternoon as they have the shift on. Left field is the sun field here, as the clouds have gone away for a moment and sunshine's looking right at Matt Kemp out there. Wieters hits one that way, and that ball is on the ground for a base hit. Took a little reverse hop on Matt Kemp, and Matt Wieters has a 9-game hitting streak. First hit for the Nats since Rendon, actually since Harper lasting, and then Rendon way back in the second.
You know, I thought there was one person in Fairfax that didn't change seats, but apparently they did, and it worked for a hit. So stay right where you're at.
Fairfax always the key to a rally.
It is.
Yeah.
Now stay where you're at.
Come on, Vienna. Arlington. DC. Forget DC.
That place.
That ball runs back to Michael A. Taylor.
I mean, if you're in the dugout, somebody else changed seats, and you do, everybody moves around, and then somebody gets hit. It's same seats. You don't really even need to say it. It's just a given because it worked. He's at his lucky spot in the end. He heard me.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Dusty. I see it working.
3 of the last 5 Nats now with base hits.
Well, I'll tell you what. Chad Fairchild is hunting strikes right now. The first strike to Wieters was at his ankles, and that was down 2.
All right, hitters, take note. 0-2, you better be hacking if it's close. Michael A. called out on strikes last time. Big gap left center. And maybe with a low pitch in mind, Michael A. went hacking. And that's it for the first out. Strikeout number 6 by Bartolo Colon.
MLB.com app bat is your #1 mobile app for live Nationals baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get Nats home screen icons, app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, statcasts, and news. Download MLB.com app bat today.
Even though it's 3-0, Braves might be expecting a bunt here. Rio Ruiz on the grass at third, giving the Nats maybe a chance to peck away if Max can move a runner. He'll square, pull the bat back, and it's a called strike. One sacrifice this year, 30 in his career. Pitch up.
Bob Henley taking a long look at Dusty Baker before he flashes a sign to Max Scherzer. Max has been known to pull it back and slash right here.
And Nick Markakis out right field. Not real shallow. That ball's going to hit and bounce up and stay foul.
Henley looking at Dusty Baker. Do you keep it on with 2 strikes? It's so funny that Bob Henley's literally like 10 feet from Dusty Baker and he's looking for a sign. He could walk over there and he could tell him.
3-0 Braves. That's about hit him 5-4. But they've all been singles. Bryce Harper's hard enough to be anything but a single, and that's a pretty good take by Max on a 2-strike pitch.
I like it. He's trying to spark the club. I think a slash right here is a good play. He fits into a double play and the inning's over. Who cares? You're trying to ignite something through a guy that's really good at doing it. I mean, you talking about a spark plug today? Max Scherzer's that guy. And say it works. I think it's worth the risk down by 3.
At worst, your leadoff guy is up there next inning. Two. Max showing bunt, pulling it back, putting it in play. Colon throws it to the bag. Nobody was there. He threw it right in between the middle infielders. And a huge break for the Nats. Puts runners at first and third with 1 out.
Same seats.
Bartolo didn't wait for anybody to get to the bag before unleashing the throw.
But you put the ball in play. You made something happen. You gambled and it paid off. You bunt right here. He didn't look comfortable in the first 2 bunts. You bunt foul, strike 3. Yeah, the game still has the. Now all of a sudden you put it in play. Bartolo throws it into right field, and you got action. Good read by Matt Wieters. Didn't really stop. Runners at the corner, down by 3. It's not that big a deal, but it's a big deal. Max Scherzer put the ball in play with 2 strikes by swinging. I love the call by Dusty Baker. Very aggressive, and it paid off. The gamble paid off.
Could be a game changer. It's up to Trey Turner here with 1 out. Fielder's choice, E1.
Just get a good pitch right here and hit it hard. That's the thought process as a hitter. You know, yeah, you'd like to tie it up. Yeah, you'd like to hit a gap. Just keep it simple. Good pitch, hit it hard.
One.
That's unhittable.
Nissan pitch cast.
I don't know what you're supposed to do with this if you're a hitter today. I mean, get that 38-inch bat that Dusty was talking about the other day.
One. And a ball swinging back. Turner stays with it. Bartolo's at 90. Scherzer at 92. Bartolo Colon 6.80 ERA this season. Starting on the 3rd time around the order here.
Someone just tweeted me they're still in the bathroom and they can't come out. Well, stay there. We'll let you know what's happening. Just turn the volume up.
That's why they put TVs in there.
Same seats. I didn't know it was a toilet seat, but same seats. I like it.
2-2, big pitch. And big contact for the Nats. Home to score is Wieters. Scherzer to third. Trey Turner is 2 for 3 and delivers his 20th RBI. And it's a brand new ball game here in Atlanta.
So if you're in the restroom, Trey Turner hit a line drive down the right field line, and it scored Matt Wieters from third, and Max Scherzer read it. He went all the way to third, and you have to stay there. Same seats.
Infield still back, looking for a double play ball. Jason Worth 0 for 2 today with a walk, 0 for 6 in the series, and he's hit every ball on the ground, so he doesn't want to do that here. 6 career hits against Bartolo Colon. Great speed at first. Keep your eye on Turner. Left-hander Ian Kroll up and throwing urgently.
I mean, Trey Turner with a great approach. Anthony Rendon today with a great approach. Colon's giving you nothing to pull. It's a mistake if he comes inside. So as a right-handed hitter, if you're thinking right center, and that's the right approach. Great swing by Turner. 2 hits today. Jason Worth probably seeing that, thinking the same thing.
A 3-1 ball game here in the 5th. Braves defense gave the Nats a couple of runs last night. Then he gives him the A move and fires one over to Peterson. Better not throw one away, or that's another run.
I mean, that's been the pitch, I'd say 80 to 85% of the time from Colon today. They 94 pitches, I'd say about 80 of them have been that swing back fastball, and as a right-handed hitter, just dive out there and spank it to right. Here it comes again.
Six o'clock hour here in Atlanta. Long ball game, quite a battle. 3-1 Braves. Nats on the comeback trail here in the 5th inning. All starting with a Matt Wieters base hit, and then a Colon throwing error really got the Braves in trouble here. A Turner RBI. Dusty looking for the Nats to get back even or better here. 2-1 on Jason Worth. High strike. 2-2.
And Jason thought it was high, but that's where you want it off Colon. That's the one you can do damage with if you're looking for it up there. He just wasn't expecting a high pitch.
Worth base hit right field. Scherzer scores. Turner stops at second. Lines moving here. Nationals back to within a run. And Bryce Harper coming up.
That's what I'm talking about. Just dive out there, spank it to right. Good approach by Jason Worth. Good team approach this inning.
Bartolo Colon's out of this game.
And Ellen, even though you're still in the bathroom and your legs falling asleep, you got to stay there. Same seats.
4 1/3 for Colon. Part of this undoing his throw. If you need expert printing, the UPS store has you covered. Together, there's nothing we can't solve. It's Brian Snitker's UPS store. Call to the bullpen. 3-2 ball game. Harper and Kroll, lefty lefty ahead.
up. And we usually don't show you singles again, but the reason we're showing you this is it was 114.7 miles an hour. That's what initially came up, and then StatCast's mind was blown by how hard it was hit. It said 117 for a second, then recalculated itself after it got itself together and put 114.7 back up there. So that's how hard that line drive was.
This is a lefty-lefty matchup. Ian Kroll, former Nata power guy. Bryce Harper, 3 for 5 career against him with an RBI.
Fans here do not like Ian Kroll. Hear that? Tough crowd.
Infield halfway. Fastball up.
He's on time. His balance on that take was perfect.
Bryce Harper, 464 against lefties this year. Matt Wieters, the only batter in the National League higher, and that's a lot fewer at bats.
And he's right-handed.
There's that 8 for 9 thing
against lefties
on 1-0 counts.
Good count, good average. Wait, show that again, please. I mean, come on. Yeah, 889 on a 1-0 count. Bob from Old Town in a softball league isn't even hitting that. What do you got? 2-0. 3 for 5 career off Ian. 0, they're telling me, on a 2-0 count.
Wind whipping through the ballpark. Harper out of play. Downtown skyline has disappeared from our view, so there's weather between here and there. We can usually see the buildings of downtown Atlanta right through that chute by the scoreboard, but not to be seen.
Yeah, all the years we've been coming to this ballpark.
Top of the 5th inning, 1-run game.
Ooh.
Quite a take by Bryce, and it's 3-1.
It's a good pitch. I'm going to say it when Nats hitters are hitting. I got to say when Nats pitchers are pitching. I got to say when Nats hitters are hitting. Pretty close. Bryce will take it.
Harper, 36 runs batted in. Turner, Worth behind him. And Bryce will pop it up on the infield near the mound. Infield fly rule in effect. 2 down and a huge out for the Braves.
So remember last time we were here, April 19th, Ryan Zimmerman against Ian Kroll. Bases loaded, grand salami the other way. Clanked off the metal out there in right field. So a grand tater for Ryan Zimmerman. Dusty will settle for a 3-run shot right now.
8th inning of that 14-4 win behind Joe Ross, and Bryce Harper had hit a grand slam early in the game off Julio Teheran after he'd already homered against that right-hander. So
let's pitch carefully to Ryan. We got a lefty on deck, but the lefty on deck's pretty good. So who are you more comfortable with here? That might be the message of Tyler Flowers, is send it to Ian Kroll, and there's the skies you're talking about.
Ominous to the south of us here. Zimmerman 1-for-1 career against Kroll with that grand slam. So the only other time they have met.
Get you a good one, let it rip. Same seats. Cross them up. Tyler Flowers looked at him like, dude, we just talked about the signs. Being told it's raining at the old Turner Field, and there's going to be hail here in about 12 minutes.
Oh boy. Well, why not take the lead then?
I'm in.
Ryan Zimmerman takes one on the edge, 2-1. Big gap left center. Breaking ball and a foul.
Got a big pitch to make to one of the best hitters in the National League. Now you want to keep Trey Turner close with 2 outs. You're focusing on Ryan Zimmerman here.
2-2 pitch. Zimmerman takes a strike on the inside edge. And Ian Kroll retires Bryce Harper and Ryan Zimmerman, the 2 best hitters in the league in the first month and a half of the season.
Much for what y'all do for our country, for keeping us safe and letting me come out here and play this beautiful game. See y'all soon.
Well said, Anthony Rendon. Nicely done. 3-2 as you go to the bottom of the 5th. It's about ready to open up here in Atlanta. We want you to challenge Anthony Rendon to anything. Tweet your challenge using hashtag Let's Go Rendon. He'll pick a winner to face off in a head-to-head competition. Details at masson.me/letsgorendon. Brought to you by Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield. Live fearless with a name trusted for over 75 years.
That is the field director, as they call him, Ed Mangan. And so he's their head grounds crew guy, and he's keeping crew chief Larry Vanover updated on what the radar is showing. But it's getting darker overhead. And we're going to the bottom of the 5th inning, so from the Braves standpoint, it's an official ball game. Scherzer and Inciarte. First pitch swinging, right side Murphy. Second time today, Inciarte's been out on 1 pitch, and he's 0 for 3. Phillips and Markakis, the next 2. Well, none of those are good for hitters, are they? They do a little better second timer, and then they revert back against Max, who's thrown 93 pitches, 54 strikes. Some kind of job by Ian Kroll, the former Nat, right there. He did it on 10 pitches, 5 strikes, and now Phillips, who has doubled and walked, steps in. Tried to check his swing by basically letting it come out of his hands there. Seemingly caught the bat in midair.
That was the best sell job I think I've seen in a while. Didn't work, but it was a good effort.
Yeah. I don't know who plays a game with more personality than this guy. That's a good looking slider by Max. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Watch this. I mean, you can't teach this. He's like, go ahead, check it. Gotcha.
Hitter calling for the appeal? Come on.
Yeah.
1 and 2. We talked about this when Brandon was with the Reds. He's one of these guys, if he's on the other team, you don't like him a whole lot, but if he's in your clubhouse, you love that he's part of your team and the energy he brings. He's had a nice career. Jammed on that one, and he fights it off.
I'm about to be in weather nerd heaven here in a second. We don't like rain delays. Nobody does in baseball, but there's some crazy stuff coming.
Two, and the wind's going to take this thing and put it on a right turn out of play.
You just want Max to get through this inning so he can qualify for a win. Yoga in the outfield, not today so much because you can get struck by lightning, but Sunday, May 28th, Nats Padres game, 1:35. To purchase this special ticket, you can get a Nats yoga mat and enjoy a post-game yoga class. Hold on, I'm going to take a picture of these two jokers up here. Bob's doing yoga while I'm reading this. May 28th, Nationals.com/special ticket. That is going on the internet right now.
I'm loose. Here comes pitch number 100 from Max. On a 2-2 to Brandon Phillips. Looked like a curveball that just kind of hung around and stayed inside.
100 pitches.
That's a slider. Brandon Phillips talking out loud about that pitch. Max Scherzer strikeout number 5. Mercedes on the pitch cast.
He thought it was going to break it. It didn't. Just kind of backed up. Went emergency hack and said good pitch. I think he said good pitch.
Markakis 0 for 2, a line drive to right and a taken third strike. So despite everything he's been through today, Max Scherzer finding a way to keep the Nationals close. Now some rain's coming down and the fans are starting to move under cover.
I mean, he's got to get this last out. If it gets rain delayed and he gets shut down, he can't win the game, right? Because he won't be the pitcher of record.
Correct.
So this is important, and it's coming.
Just missing away to Markakis. The wind is really gusting. The flags are standing straight out. Fastball up. 2-2.
Oh, geez, here it comes. Run for your lives, it's water.
Swing and a miss.
There you go.
On a slider up and away. Max Scherzer, a couple of strikeouts. So we'll see how the grounds crew and the crew chief Larry Vanover handle this. He's walking in. They're coming out to cover the field. Ominous skies. Debris flying throughout the ballpark. The grounds crew having a horrible time trying to get the tarp unwrapped. Right now they're trying to keep the thing on the ground so they can get the top level of it over toward the first base line. But I've got winds at maybe 40 to 45, maybe 50 miles an hour blowing through the ballpark right now. And I mean, things are flying all over the place. They're going to have to anchor that thing down. Right now they haven't even worried about getting the round tarp on the mound. They just want to get the whole infield covered and take it from there. So serious wind pockets underneath that tarp.
Right field is, oh, it's going.
So Ed Mangan, Andrew Worrell, Joe DiPlacido, those three guys and their crew really having a tough time. I mean, they're basically, some of them laying on the ground to hold the tarp down until they can get some stakes in the ground or get something on top of that tarp, which is, I mean, it's floating around right now like it's a balloon.
Larry Vanover is just standing there watching.
And these tarps are heavy. Some kind of wind it takes to do this. And there's Ed Mangan.
Nice going.
Crowd encouraging these guys any way they can. Oliver Perez was out there trying to help out. Well done, Ollie. Even some of the guys from MLB. So they've got some tractors and some other equipment they can bring out to anchor down that tarp. Ooh. Lightning just flashed overhead out center field way. We've had some rain coming into the booth here. Not much of an overhang here. So right now we're going to do what normally we'd sit and visit with you for a while, but we've got rain in the booth, and we're going to send you to ESPN News. We'll keep you posted on the half hour and the top of the hour. So right now at about 6:24 we'll go away, bring you back to Atlanta when we've got news about baseball played.
You can change seats.
a 1.93 ERA, and a guy who's made a return to the big leagues after a few injury issues over the last couple of years.
A fastball cutter, 2 pitches. The cutter acts more like a slider. Fastball 93, cutter 87. And hopefully the Nats could get something going here. 0-60. Here we go. Top of the 6th, down by 1. Game on.
This is going to be, if the pitch is thrown right now, a 1 hour and 50-minute rain delay from 6:20 until about 8:10. Mott to Murphy. Strike call. Daniel Murphy 0 for 4 career against Jason Mott. You can hear the rain through our field microphones. You can see it visibly now. Big drops coming down. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Might just have to wear it and play through this unless it gets super bad where, you know, you get the thunderstorm type rain. That looks worse than it really is. It's raining lightly here.
Mott, 2/3 of an inning last night. Came in to get Turner and Worth. And Daniel Murphy today 1 for 2. Fly ball to center in the 2nd. Base hit to right center in the 4th. Anthony Rendon awaits. 1-2, and Murphy sees it low. So the Nats box. Singles in the 1st and 2nd by Turner and Rendon. Harper and Murphy in the 4th. Nats couldn't score, but then they got 3 hits. RBIs from Turner and Worth around the Bartolo Colon throwing error that gave the Nats 2 runs, 1 earned in the top of the 5th. 2-2 pitch. Murphy levels off and fouls it away.
Sure, Murph took a few hacks in the cage, as did probably most of the position players, to get warmed up for the continuation here as it continues to rain. You always want to break a sweat before you crank her up again.
Two balls, 2 strikes. On a pitch up, Murphy stays alive. By the way, during the rain delay, the Atlanta Braves made a deal. They acquired left-handed hitting first baseman Matt Adams from the Cardinals. We had heard yesterday they signed James Loney. He was going to the minor leagues for a while and possibly get ready. So we're going to bring Matt Adams over here. Eric O'Flaherty had already been put on the DL today because of a bad back, and they had added Luke Jackson, a right-hander, to their bullpen. So they've been busy, and so's Murphy right now.
Does that mean James Loney stays in the minor leagues?
Yeah, interesting. I guess for now.
Well, Matt Adams wasn't playing for the Cardinals a whole lot, right? He only had 1 home run. It was here against the Braves.
Yeah. They moved Matt Carpenter to first base this season, so his ABs were very limited. Quite an at-bat here by Murphy out of the delay. Breaking ball, hits it hard, but it's right at Brandon Phillips. Rendon and Wieters the next 2 now here in the 6th.
Pretty good battle by Murph. Tried to get underneath that, get it in the air, couldn't do it, hit it hard. You know what I could go for? Another Chipper Jones video on the scoreboard. I mean, I know where he was born, what high school he went to, all of his best friends, his best friends' friends, his favorite color.
If he was a tree, what kind he'd be.
Exactly. Likes long walks on the beaches.
And his number. Rendon 1 for 2 in this game. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball away. Anthony 0 for 1 against the right-hander Jason Mott, 34 years of age. Every time you look up against a Nationals right-handed hitter, the gap in left center is open. The Braves have, kind of like the Pirates did, kept everything away from our guys turning and doing damage. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I mean, that's what you do against good offensive teams that can hurt you with a home run. You pitch them away. Pirates did it, and that's against their organizational philosophy. The Pirates usually, historically, have pounded the Nats in where they've hit a few batters and guys are complaining. But everything away in that series. I'm sure the Braves saw the video, and that's what they're doing. Advanced scouts, the whole thing.
That's close, and Rendon takes it. 3-2.
Philosophy being give them their singles the other way.
Sure.
Don't let them pull anything out of the ballpark, but there's a handful of guys in this lineup that can leave the other way too.
Nissan on the pitch cast, and pitch number 5 was outside. Well, we were looking forward to seeing how SunTrust Park would play for a day game. But now here we are. The last 4 innings will be a night game, just like the 3 here the Nats played in April. That's upstairs. Good at bat by Anthony Rendon, and really for Murphy, for that matter, before him. Wieters coming in.
Let's practice this one, the whole rain delay. Practice it. For every Nationals walk, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield contributes $50 to support Girls on the Run DC. The Nats have drawn 163 walks. They should have practiced harder. For $8,150, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle. Go for a walk.
Matt Wieters, 1 for 2.
Be so tempted to push a bunt hard to third if I was Matt Wieters. Nobody home.
Wieters 0 for 1 career against Mott.
Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. Right there. Hard bunt. He's probably thinking home run in a 1-0 count.
And he got jammed on that pitch. Pops it up over by the dugout. As we mentioned, not much room here. And Jace Peterson jumps into the screen. I never thought about those screens keeping jumping fielders from going into the stands, but he had a little brace there.
That was awesome. Unless you're Matt Wieters and your at-bat's over. Jace Peterson, we know he's a good athlete. He plays anywhere. But watch the effort by the Braves first baseman here. He just dives into the stands, and the net keeps him in the ballpark. That looked like fun. There's a zip line out in right field here. You can do that too, or you can do what Jace Peterson just did. Spectacular play, fearless. And they're trying to say, did he trap it? That's what the umpires are talking about. I don't think he did, looking at the replay.
Yeah.
Chris Spire's on the phone, though. They're checking in the clubhouse.
Yeah, it looked like he caught the ball cleanly before making contact with the screen. No movement on the screen until there.
They going under the... I think Dusty's asking, can we challenge this? And I'm looking at my viewable plays card here. And I don't think that's reviewable.
Two down. Rendon still at first. Michael A. Taylor, the hitter.
Now, Michael A's had some late inning heroics lately. Remember May 10th against Baltimore, the home run that got him within striking distance to make it 6-4, and then the one May 14th against the Phillies to bail the bullpen out. So Adam Lynn's waiting, but Michael A has had some good at-bats late in the game.
This one in the air, right field line, Phillips. Foul ball, he's got it. No way Max Scherzer will get a win on this day. Maybe later the Nats can get him off the hook.
But thank you for your service. K Street, the new promotion, the Nats' new superfan section, returns Friday, May 26th. Nats face the Padres. For just $39, you receive a field level ticket, a K card, and an exclusive t-shirt. For details, visit nationals.com/K Street.
Appearance number 21 for Blake Trinan. 30 hits in just under 19 innings. That's a shocking total when you think about the stuff that he has and how well he did last year. 19 Ks, 10 walks. There's just no way the league should be hitting 370 against him.
It's so weird, relievers from year to year. You know, usually relievers that have a great year one year struggle the next a little bit. But I think Blake's trending upward. Use that fastball, pounded in on right hand. I mean, his sinker plays nice against Matt Kemp right here. Just don't let him get extended. Throw it right under his hand, see what happens.
Matt Kemp against Blake Trinan, career 4 for 11. Ground ball to short and a home run. That's the difference in this game right now. That was a leadoff shot, 4th inning to left center. He's up there hacking. So the Braves box. Swanson a walk, 2 outs in the second when Max had a chance to get a 1-2-3, and then the rookie Rio Ruiz hit one out. Then Kemp, the leadoff homer, 4th inning. Scherzer gave up just 4 hits in 5 innings. Walked 3, struck out 6. Good heater, 97-02. Heavy on the sink, and again at 97 for the strikeout.
Yeah, great strike 2, kind of swung it back, and then strike 3, the bottom dropped out. And you remember Blake Trinan in the past, when his sinker's out front and on top, it doesn't run into a righty, it has split action at 97-98. That was the Blake Trinan sinker from last year. Beautiful pitch.
There's the catcher, Tyler Flowers, swinging strikeout, and then robbed on a great play out in right field, right up against the wall by Bryce Harper, back in the 4th inning. ball cracked hard into left field. With that hit, he's 2 for 6 career against Trinan. And with more on Blake, here's Dan.
Bob, I asked Blake the other day what his focus has been as he tried to turn things around of late. He said 2 things. It's not exactly groundbreaking stuff from Blake. Quality sinkers down in the zone and getting ahead of hitters. He said if I get ahead, then they've got to be swinging. I can put the pressure on them. And prior to his last outing, which was his 3rd in as many days, and you can kind of excuse a little bit of his struggles in that one, he'd been generating some momentum. He said he'd been feeling good. He said, I know the ability I have. I just want to stick to what I've done in the past and had success with.
Yeah, his first 2 outings in Pittsburgh, solid. Then he gave up a couple of hits and a run, retiring 1 man Thursday in the 10-4 loss. Jace Peterson with a 1-on-1 out. Ground ball and a walk for the Braves first baseman. Up the middle, well placed. Over to third is Flowers. He got a ground ball, and it couldn't have been rolled any better between Turner and Murphy.
Yeah, slider just kind of hung out over the plate. Gave Jace Peterson a chance to barrel it up. Good read by Tyler Flowers. Ball not hit hard enough for Michael A. Taylor to come in and throw out Flowers. So now you got to hope for a ground ball right at somebody. Get out of this.
Yeah, Braves with an immediate threat here in the 6th inning. Dansby Swanson will be next. The Nats haven't retired him yet. 3 walks, 3 hits in this series. He's been on base 21 of his last 23 games. For 3 against China with a strikeout and 2 ground balls. Hot shot to short. Turner, Murphy, and he can't get it out of his glove. And the Braves will score a run. Forward to Atlanta.
Well, good pick by Trey Turner. That ball had some hair on it. Dansby Swanson hit that ball as hard as you can on the ground. Maybe the feet a little behind Murphy, though, and that's where the exchange kind of went south, so to speak. I don't know that that was a double play ball anyways. Dansby Swanson was way past the bag, even with the bobble. I guess we'll never know.
Number 8 hitter, Rio Ruiz. We've seen Swanson's speed in this series. As a base stealer, hasn't done much, 1 for 1. Switch hitting outfielder Danny Santana next for Jason Mott. Murphy to pull. Turner shaded up the middle. That ball's hit out to left center. Hit really well, and Taylor will run it down. Couple of good at-bats by Rio Ruiz today. Michael A. Taylor's speed took care of that. To the 7th we go. Now the Nats down by 2. Garcia, 1-2, 4.65. He's been good in his career against the Nats, though. 5-2 with a 3.21 in 8 starts against Washington. Steven Strasburg will be trying to go 5-1 tomorrow. He's 9-8 with a 3.78 ERA in his career against the Braves.
They're hanging around.
Jose Ramirez as well pitched a scoreless 7th inning last night. He got Harper, Zimmerman, and Murphy. Ball didn't leave the infield. He'll get Brian Goodwin here to lead off, pinch hitting for Trinan, and then Turner with Worth. Brian Goodwin 1 for 3 with an RBI as a pinch hitter.
Ramirez, 3 pitches, fastball, slider change, fastball 97. But you got to get him in the strike zone, make him throw strikes.
Oliver Perez. And a take, a good one to get the count in his favor, 2-1. Rain looks bigger on TV than it does in person. Off speed. Got him to chase, and it's 2-2.
And throws that changeup 14% of the time at 88 miles an hour off a 98 mile an hour fastball.
Straight change, and Goodwin way out ahead.
Some Geico highlights for you. Go back to the 5th inning. Trey Time slaps one down the right field line. That would score Matt Wieters. Then Jason Worth with 2 strikes on his birthday dives out there for that backdoor sinker that Cologne was featuring all day. Knocks it into right. That scored Max Scherzer. Those are the 2 runs for the Nats today. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com to see how much you could save.
Good day for Trey. What kind of an evening will it turn into? Up the middle, the bat went in a couple different directions.
Did you see that play? The ball was spinning like a top because it hit the top of Trey Turner's bat. Hopped back towards center field. Brandon Phillips fielded it with his bare hand. Watch this. This is the best angle, too. So, cue job, right? Watch the ball hit and watch the hop. Boom. Hangs a left. Brandon Phillips, who's got about 2 hours of video with plays like that in his career, makes a nifty little play.
Trey's like, okay. Well, that's some kind of run back on a 97 fastball there. Jason Worth, 1 for 3 RBI hit, 1 for 2 career against Ramirez. Close, and Worth able to hold up. Counts in his favor.
They've had a busy day.
It's probably long from over. They got work to do when this game's over. Talking about mowing techniques there.
Are they telling tarp stories down there from when the wind was blowing earlier and they were all hanging on for dear life?
You know, they're getting a well-deserved breather. Let's say that for those guys. Worth on a ball that bounces past the left side of the mound. And Dansby Swanson quick with the exchange. Nationals go 1-2-3, 4-2 Atlanta. Celebrating Armed Forces Day, brought to you by DynCorp International. We serve today for a better tomorrow. And by Navy Federal Credit Union. Proudly serving the armed forces, veterans, and their families for over 80 years. Federally insured by NCUA. So we celebrate Armed Forces Day. We'd like to thank all past and current members of the United States Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, and Coast Guard for their work and dedication in protecting our country. And now it's the baseball anthem. 7th inning stretch time. Oliver Perez will take over for the Nats.
13th appearance for Ollie. ERA at 6.48. 9 strikeouts, 2 walks, fastball slider. Nice job to keep it a 4-2 game.
Nats have thrown some strikeouts today. 6 by Scherzer, 1 by Trinan. Washington area Toyota dealers helping children and their families. For every one of those strikeouts, $37 to the Children's Inn at the National Institutes of Health. Toyota. And we appreciate it for so many years. K's for kids. Hey, buddy.
What's up, dude?
He's got the leather.
Guy's enjoying life. Having a happy Saturday out there.
Unaccompanied, but okay.
Dancing with all his buddies.
Emilio Bonifacio will be the pinch hitter. He's 0 for 5 as a right-handed batter this year. 2 for 19, 3 batted in as a pinch batter. .248 in 41 games back in 08 with the Nationals. He would figure big later in a trade that was very important to our ball club, going with 2 other players, minor leaguers, to the Marlins for Scott Olson and Josh Willingham. Bonifacio 1 for 7 career against Oliver Perez. Phillips and Markakis follow him. Pardon me, Inciarte and Phillips before Markakis in the 7th. Matt Albers is next. Maybe for Kemp if it gets that far, we'll see. See if the Nats bullpen can get their teammates back in the dugout here. Braves have had 2 clean innings in a row from their bullpen, except for the walk by Rendon against Jason Mott. That ball is hit hard out to right center. Taylor again. Michael A. stretching out, seemingly catching the ball when it was behind him. They say you can't outrun the ball. That time he did.
What a play. This will show you the ball tailing away from Michael A. and watch him just outrun it and then lay out. I'm telling you, I just had a Devon White flashback on that play. That's how Devo used to go get him in the gap. Michael A. Taylor, what a play. Extra bases. That was 3 bases if he doesn't get it with Bonifacio's speed. Those long strides. Picking up a lot of ground every time his cleats hit. That was beautiful.
And that ball was by him when he was able to get out there and grab it. Amazing. Here's Inciarte. He'll fly one to left. That'll back up Jason Worth.
It's always hard as a center fielder when you have a beat on a ball and it has some slice to it. You see the inside out swing and that ball going away from Michael A. Taylor. He's got a beat on it all the way. The hard part about it is the cut spin and the fade away from him, and only 18% of Major League center fielders make that a play, according to StatCast. Maybe the guy on the other side, too. And Ciarte can run him down. I'm trying to think of who else.
Yeah, I'm going down the list. It's a hard one.
A.J. Pollock. I think he pulled his groin the other day.
Perez and Phillips. Oliver with a good fastball. Brandon Phillips, 3 for 20 career against him.
You know, for a few years I've been meaning to ask Ollie, and I keep forgetting. Does he get the sign and determine his windup, or does it just happen? Like when he starts, like right here. Is it a mid-delivery decision?
It's a good question.
Or when the sign is given and he gets the pitch, he says to himself, all right, I'm going double pump, show my back, sidearm sling windup. I think he makes it when he starts, if I had to guess. Oh.
Yeah, quite a pause. Two-two, and there will not be a 1-2-3 inning in the 7th, as Phillips has his second hit of the day, 3rd time on base. Lefty now, Perez and Markakis.
Braves barreling up some baseballs here in the bottom of the 7th. Good swing by Brandon Phillips. I remember in baseball when the throwover got fans so mad, when that started becoming a thing.
I think it has something to do with attention spans.
I mean, like 3 in a row, I get it.
Come on.
But a guy throws over 1 to a base stealer, and everybody loses their mind. It's an angry mob with a bunch of pitchforks that want to do damage. It really is. Just for a throwover. Hey, a throwover and like somebody cutting you off in traffic now are the same thing.
Angry mob with torches and pitchforks. One with 2 outs. Fastball is in there. Oliver's one of those guys, you watch him throw his fastball, and then you look at the reading, and it surprises you. Doesn't look like 93. It's pretty easy, and then boom, it's on you. Markakis 0 for 3 in this one. Wieters moves away, and there's 92 that he flips to the other side.
I'll tell you what, Markakis had the at-bat of the night, I thought, last night for the Braves late. That single in the 8th.
Yeah.
Off Enny Romero after he fouled off a bunch of 99s and pulled it to right.
Yep, broke the tie, and then Suzuki hit the 2-run homer. One-two count. Weeder sitting out there again. Markakis moved his hands just slightly. Well, we mentioned Matt Kemp earlier when Albers was warming. Oliver trying to end this 7th inning right here. Looks like Markakis went that time. He did. He won't run, and Wieters will tag him. As we go to the 8th, and the Mazda do-ups for the Nats, let's have a look at Bryce Harper. 1 for 3 tonight. Bryce came in hitting .376 his last 27 games. The Nats need a hit against the Braves bullpen.
Women of our armed forces for your service.
We will second that, Chris. To the top of the 8th we go. Rain still falling in Atlanta. And Arodys Vizcaíno will take over here, his 19th appearance. Here's a number for you that has a lot to do with what's going on in this series. The Atlanta bullpen has thrown in 2 games now 6 1/3 innings. The Nationals do not have a hit or a run against the Braves relievers. That's 19 outs. Hopefully that changes with Harper and Vizcaíno.
A fastball 98, curveball 86, occasional changeup at 89.
Bryce 0 for 2, 3 walks career against the righty. Everything away.
99 paint. Might have been away. Bryce knows the zone. When I see him give that look, he's telling me he thought it was a ball. Show me off speed to get back to the 99 away. Like I always say, how many times do you see major league pitchers double up on location nowadays? Usually one pitch on one side leads to another pitch on the other side. There they go.
1-2. Six-year-old right-hander, some kind of arm. 21 strikeouts in 16 innings coming in with 4 walks.
Okay, fastball away, 99. Went with the slider in. Not going to double up on it. Might be going change up here or doubling up on it.
Yeah.
Dangerous. He wanted to bury that down and in. He left it hanging out over the plate. Bryce just missed it. Fighting.
Yeah, a couple of show me's as that piece set down and in. Pitches 3 and 5, the sliders. Two Braves, top of the 8th. Each team with 7 hits. Nats have stranded 6 today. And Bryce picking up the slider pretty well. He hasn't come close to biting on any of those. 3 and 2.
%, 3-2 fastball. If he throws you anything else down by or up by 2, I should say, you can have it. He shook 2 fastballs to the slider.
And Bryce will sting it. Phillips knocks it down. Harper hustling, but Brandon Phillips makes a tough play to throw him out. That ball was smoked.
But once again, Bryce wishes he could have elevated. It's another great at-bat by Bryce Harper. Hit about as hard as you could on the ground. Brandon Phillips did a good job of staying with this. Bryce hustling all the way, but it was hit so hard Phillips had time. Just enough time.
Ryan Zimmerman, 0 for 5 career against Vizcaíno.
It was a 112-mile-an-hour ground ball, I'm being told.
Zimmerman gets a pitch up, hits it deep center. Inciarte has enough room. Maybe a rainy night, the only thing that keeps that in the yard.
Maybe hit a little too high, if anything. But I thought this one was heading to that beautiful rock pile in center field. Fastball up, he rolls the wrist. We've seen this swing from Ryan a million times this season. Good extension. Inciarte checks where he's at and has plenty of room for the 398-foot out off the bat of Ryan Zimmerman.
Murphy with 2 outs.
Couple of good at bats, nothing to show.
Two and 0. Well, 5 hours ago we were getting ready for the ball game. First pitch was thrown at 4:11. 1 hour 50-minute rain delay after the 5th inning. So here we are into the 9 o'clock hour. Nats down by 2. "51 minutes ago they restarted the game, and good enough to play through as far as the conditions." Two and 1 to Murphy. Target away. That one got in on Murphy's hands as Vizcaíno threw it to the other side of the plate. And now it's more than 7 innings in this series without a hit given up by their bullpen. Presented by authority of the Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of the Washington Nationals.
I think the one at National Harbor goes the other way. I'm not sure. 4-2 Braves. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Peanuts will be back in town May 23rd for a 3-game homestand against the Frederick Keys. Check out Deuces Wild Tuesday, Winning Wednesday, College Night on Thursday at the Fitz. Go to PotomacNationals.com and purchase your tickets right now.
What if you looked at it from the other side?
Then it'd be going the way the one at National Harbor goes.
Okay. Matt Albers, 34 years of age.
Been here 5 hours, man. Yeah, fastball, slider, curveball change for Matt. Fastball 93, slider 86. Main pitches for the big right-hander.
Got to hold him. Kemp, Flowers, Peterson, Adam Lind is at first base. So he'll be batting 9th, and hopefully we'll get an AB. It'll take somebody on base to get it down to the number 9 spot. Pitcher hitting 4th for the Nats. Matt Kemp, 2 for 6 career with a solo home run against Matt Albers. Great slider.
I remember Matt Kemp when he was an MVP type with the Dodgers, when the whole ballpark was chanting MVP. He walked the Nats off one night in Dodger Stadium. Might have been Bryce Harper's Major League debut, if I remember right. But after that game, the Nats had tons of success moving forward with Kemp, with sinkers under his hands and sliders away.
On a pitch up. Albers got inside on him just enough there. Not hit that hard, 1 out.
But that was different pitchers with different stuff. But that's where the outs were with Matt Kemp, even when he was at his hottest as a Dodger. Right under his hands with the sinker, get him, maybe even move him a little bit with that sinker, then bust the slider to the other side of the plate. Good pitch right there by Matt Albers.
Yeah, no power hitter likes that thing under his hands. They want to get extended, do damage. Here's Tyler Flowers, 0 for 2 career against Albers. Matt Kemp 1 for 4, but his home run's the difference in this game. There's their closer, Jim Johnson, who had a 12-pitch, 9-strike, 1-2-3 ninth last night. And a ball launched to left. Well, the Braves have been the power team in this series. That's their 3rd homer of this game. They hit 3 last night, and it's now 5-2.
They fall behind 2-0. Major league hitters are gearing up, and it's a slider that didn't do a whole lot for Matt Albers. Goes pretty far off the bat of Tyler Flowers to make it 5-2. I think he's telling Kurt Suzuki, I was gearing up for the fastball and just caught that slider out front.
That's bullpen in this series, 7 hits, 5 runs. Braves bullpen, 0-0. Jace Peterson against Matt Albers. It's got some nice run back to it at 93 for a strike. Payoff pitch. Off speed, a good changeup. Looked like a strike to Peterson. 2 down. Johnny Holiday, Ray Knight. WB Mason presents Nets Extra postgame. They'll be with you as soon as this one is over. Swanson first at bat against Matt. 3-0. Way outside.
You know, I just think it's a collective thing with everybody down there right now. It's like from an offensive standpoint, when you go through funks and you can't pick up a runner from third base less than 2. We've talked about that before. You have the meeting, everybody talks about it. Then hitter after hitter's gripping the sawdust out of the bat. You can't pick up the runner. You're swinging at pitches you never swing at because as an offensive team, you're pressing. I think everybody in that bullpen's feeling it now. It's snowballed into a thing. It really has. And so everybody coming out when those doors open up is putting pressure on themselves that they normally didn't put. So from a sports psychology standpoint, I feel like it's become a thing down there. It's 2-0, it's 3-0. Everyone's trying to make the perfect pitch, and in trying to do that, baseball's a game when you try too hard, the opposite happens. And, you know, I don't know from a pitching standpoint. I know from an offensive standpoint. That's why I'm trying to relate it. The only way you solve it from an offensive standpoint is somebody steps up and does it. And then you feed off their vibe, and you step up and do it, and everybody collectively takes a deep breath, and you start driving in the runs you couldn't pick up. And I think that's how this thing turns around the bullpen. You would hope if you're Dusty Baker. Someone just got to come out of those gates and say, I'm doing this, and follow me.
Swanson made a move towards second. Wieters came up throwing. Taking his third shot of the game on a foul tip just before that. That ball ripped up the middle. Over to third is Swanson. And Rio Ruiz is having the best night of his baseball life with his first big league homer and now another hit.
He's waiting for somebody to be announced before he makes a trip.
It's either a switch hitter or a switch hitter because they have Danny Santana ready. The other guy is Johan Camargo. Danny Santana, 26-year-old switch hitting outfielder, 3+ years with the Twins, 268 career hitter. Braves picked him up May 8th for a left-handed pitcher, Kevin Chapman, and Cash. Right to the bag, Lind smothers it, and now we're going to the top of the ninth. Anthony Rendon will lead off, and the Nats need 3 against Jim Johnson. Ocean City, Maryland. Put your vacation days to good use in Ocean City. Book now at OCOcean.com. Things are moving quickly in Atlanta. We're into the 9th inning now. Rendon, Wieters, and Taylor against Jim Johnson, who set down Lind, Turner, and Worth very quickly last night.
19 strikeouts, 3 walks on the year, 206 average against, righties 192, lefties 216. Fastball, curveball change combo. Big 12-6 curveball off a 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
Up in the zone, outside edge. Anthony Rendon, 2 for 4 career, 3 walks and a run batted in against the 33-year-old right-hander. Then he drops that hook in there. Showed him some high heat.
It's weird. Flowers put 2 fingers down and gave the inside sign after, and he threw a fastball. One must be a 4-seamer, one must be a 2-seamer. There it is again. Fastball in with 2 fingers.
That got in on the hands of Anthony Rendon, who pops it up to right. Should be the right fielder's call. Markakis, 1 out.
Braves are 2 outs away from being 6 games back.
Garcia, that's Jaime Garcia, and Steven Strasburg tomorrow. First pitch scheduled 1:35. Matt Wieters, 1 for 3. And against a former battery mate, 1 for 1. Guides it the other way, and right there is Ruiz.
Good swing, no luck.
Well, Braves about to win a series from the Nats. This will be the first time Washington's lost 2 series in a row. Michael A. Taylor, 0 for 3, goes up hacking. He's 1 for 2 career against Johnson. Big crowd was here, 37,347. And a chopper over the mound. Here comes Swanson. Game over. They've won the series. And they'll go for a sweep tomorrow. Now the Nats have gone 8 1/3 against the Atlanta bullpen in the series without a single base hit. That's it. They celebrate and fireworks flying.